Okay, I'm just gonna kind of go through the Godot docs just because it's fun. Or maybe because it's not fun. What is my stream info saying? Fixing asset pack. I did that. Okay. Let me play some music. Okay. Okay, so let's start with the tile map documentation. Actually, damn, there's so much. Intro. Godot documentation is being updated to reflect the latest changes in version 4.0. Some documents may still be still state outdated information. Banner will type you're reading outdated info. Contents of this page may be outdated. Okay. The series will introduce you to Godot and give you the overview of its features. In the following pages, you will get... You know, I'm kind of thinking I just read some documentation. Okay, so this is telling you how to create the player scene. So you go to scene. Let's get rid of this. With the project setting in place, you can start working on a player-controlled character. The first scene will define the player object. One of the benefits of creating a separate player scene is that we can test it separately before we create other parts of the game. Okay. So click plus. We're gonna go other node. And add an area 2D node. Area 2D. Area 2D node. Another node. Okay, with area 2 we can detect objects that overlap or run into the player. Change the node's name to player. Capital P. By double clicking on it. Actually, would you guys rather watch the engine? You'd probably rather watch the engine than the documentation. Before we add children to player node, we want to make sure we don't accidentally move or resize them by clicking on them. Select the node and then click this icon. And click ungroup. So what this does is it groups them so that the children are not selectable. So we save the scene. Okay. For this project, we will be following Godot naming convention. GDScript classes nodes use Pascal case. Variables and functions use snake case. And constants use all caps. C# classes explore. Okay, don't worry about that. Sprite animation. Click the player node and add Control A. Okay. A child node is an animated 2D sprite. Animated 2D sprite. Okay. Animated 2D sprite will handle the appearance of the animations for our player. Notice that there's a warning symbol next to the node. This node has no shape. Hey Bam, how you been, brah? How's your game? Long time no see. You're learning Godot this year too? Well, this is the place to be then, Bim Lounge. I'm gonna marry Godot. Like, I'm all in. I mean, I'm still kind of flirting with it a bit, but I'm pretty sure it's going that way. Yeah, this is the spot. I'm gonna convert all of my RPG Maker bros to Godot bros. I've taken RPG Maker, I feel, about as far as I can with what I want to do. Yeah. My game is so hacked. I'm flirting with it too, but I'm diving in now. Yeah. I've been using it a lot too. Move forward to a new engine. I think, like, RPG Maker is really great, but the place I see it, like, the best is for, like, interactive story type games. You know? There's always limitations with, like, actual gameplay mechanics that just are hard to get around, and it's just the amount that I've, like, JavaScript my way with gymnastics to, like, make things happen. It's like, yeah, visual novels, games without combat, you know, that type of thing. Like, as a visual novel game, RPG Maker is, like, the best. There's just so many other things I want to at least explore, and I just can't, so I like Godot because it's open source, where Unity, the thing that turned me off is there's so much like hidden code that you can't see. And I felt like the community for Unity is kind of more negative. Like pixel movement. I mean, I have pixel movement in my game, but it's hacked to all hell. Like it's to basically overwrite everything and redo the way I do events. So, you know, it wasn't easy. Like in an engine like Godot, doing like pixel movement would take like 5 seconds. Open source communities are generally a little bit more chill. I like that you can see all the code too. So like you have a higher umbrella on which you can debug things. You can see all the code in RPG Maker too, which I like. That's part of why I liked RPG Maker, is you can see basically all the engine source code, basically. So it's like you don't have to worry about hidden things wrecking that you don't understand what's going on. You can get the source code for Unity, but it costs a ton of money, so it's like you don't want to do it. Okay, so click the player, add the animated 2D sprite, handle the appearance. I wish it was easy to just draw stuff on the screen. Hey, Azure Zero, long time no see. Yeah, man, open source for the win. I wish it was just easy to draw stuff to the screen. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the implementation of art was ever something that was difficult for me. It was more the way getting things to move, but yeah. Yeah, projectiles. That's an example of something that's very difficult in RPG Maker that's easy in another engine. No, yeah. See, that sounds like something that's super hard in RPG Maker. You have to hack your way to holy hell. You'd have to create like a new window that popped up over them, and it just sounds like a lot. Yeah, in RPG Maker, it's kind of fun because you're just hacking every aspect of the engine, and that's how you make your game. It's just like hacks. And I love hacks, but it's like I've had enough already. Means no poison, no debuffs, no block. Yeah. Okay, so requires sprite frames resource, which is a list of animations it can display. I don't know how to implement the sprite frames. Here we go. New sprite frames. I just got done making a prototype for the enemy grab system in my game. It was annoying because the status as a prerequisite needed status on the enemy, so they didn't continue the attack normally. Status on you to unlock the skills to shake them off, etc. Yeah, that sounds like a lot. Sounds like a lot. So I just moved the player scene into my scene folder and it didn't explode. That's cool. I thought because I was currently editing the player scene that it would blow up. So far, so good. So now I gotta put in some animations, which I have no idea how to do. We'll grab this alien. And it looks like the height is okay there, but the width is not. So what is it, like 48 maybe? Nope, looks more like 32. There it is. So what do I do? What do I click? Oh, I gotta select all the frames. This is actually pretty easy so far. Oh, so now I'm just like having them all go. It's like dancing. Take the, is there a way to remove that blurring effect? There we go. Okay, so I just have to make one for each direction. So when I grab the asset, so this is the default frame, and then I need I did something I wasn't supposed to do. Can I Control Z my way out of it? No, I can't. Animated sprite 2D. Okay, so for the default, I'll do just standing. Also, let's change the okay, so that's default. We're gonna add some more. So I'll do a new one, and we'll call this one stand front. Do 3 more. Okay, I'll make this one stand back. Oh, it's alphabetical. I see. That's fine. Okay. So, default, stand left. Oops, trash that. There has to be a more efficient way to do this where I don't have to do it over and over again. Stand back. I actually don't need this default. Let's actually delete this. Call this stand front. Why didn't I just make one and delete all the frames? That probably might have been good. I'll do that for the next set. This one, it's not too bad just because it's one frame, but I'll do that for the other. I didn't realize I was going to have to re-enter them every time. This is my first time I've ever done this, so forgive me if I'm not hyper efficient. That will come. You know I jam. You know I jam Azure Zero. You know I jam if I need to. Front, left, right. Even though GameMaker doesn't remember the numbers, yeah. So now I'll make 4 more. We'll do walk back. I might be able to just put it in 1. Walk front. Walk left, walk right. Okay, then we have stand and walk. So we'll walk back. How come I can't just like reload it from another source? I think most people, the way they prep their anyway, I'm just gonna do it the way I was doing it. Walk back. Actually, maybe I'll just grab them all and copy and paste like you said. Let's try that just for shits and giggles. Okay, so walk back. It's not like you can just... if I would have done that from the start, it might have been better, because then I could just copy and paste them, right? Is there a copy? I don't see it. Well, we'll do the back here. So, it's interesting, you can't push delete, because delete effect's up there. You have to push... Oh, you can't push delete. Oh no, but after you delete the first one, it goes and so you have to like click on it and push delete. I guess you can do that. That's kind of scary though. They're all like split up too. That's not good. I don't even know if they're in the right order. Oh, they're not. There we go. Look at that. Super good pixel art. Again, it's just me. I'm just learning how to use it. That's what we're doing here. Okay, walk front. Hey, Code. What's up, man? How are you doing? I'm using some art from Mint to learn how to implement assets. They're not in order. Why doesn't it put them in order? That's dumb. Well, actually, wait. I see what it is. This first frame is not. This first frame is not part of the frame cycle. That's what's going on. So I gotta trash this. There we go. That looks more like a walk. I forgot that. I designed it that way. So this is left. So yeah, omit the first frame. Only on the back you can use the first frame as part of the cycle. Sassy walk. I'm good, man. I'm just trying to do some stuff. Setting up a controllable character. I don't know how to do multiple scenes. That's something that's kind of weird. So walk right, walk left, walk right. 32. Do you mean change scenes? Yeah, sure. I don't know how to change scenes. Maybe I'll figure it out. Oh, it's right here. Ha! Just joking. I'm gonna rename this. Okay. So now we're going to add a collision shape 2D. You mean in the game? Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure that out later. I don't know how to do that either, don't worry. Your Godot journey has been slow. Mine is fast. Get ready, because we're gonna light your Godot journey on fire. I'm already putting in animations here. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. You know me. I just do it. I don't know what I'm doing. Still love it, no barriers. Yeah, no artificial barriers, more like it. Like, there's barriers, but they're, like, not stupid. Okay, so collision 2D. Node structure. The tutorials are good for Godot, too. Like, I'm, like, really impressed. I've been using them. Forget, you don't even need to use YouTube, like, barely. Only for, like, crazy stuff. But for the basics, like, the tutorials are great. Like, I'm really surprised how good they are. Yeah, nah, they're crazy good. You can tell that the community is passionate, man. Can you imagine if Unity had, like, an open source docs? That would be such a racket. Okay. You're in the Godot Discord? No, I'm not. The next part will add a script to the player node to move and animate them. Okay, so now we got to do some code for the first time in a while. Coding the player. In this lesson, we'll add the player movement animation and set it up to detect collisions. To do so, we need to add some functionality that we can't get from a built-in node. So we'll add a script. Click the player node and click the attach script button. Is there a button for attaching script? Oh, there is. Look at that. Is this one, right? No. It said click the attach script button. Oh, right here. Attach new or existing. Okay, so there it is. Okay. In the script settings window, you can leave it to the defaults. Just click create. Okay. Oh, GD script. Let's go. Hey, which version do you use, Code? Do you use this? Do you use, like, which version of Godot do you use? If you're creating a C# script in other languages, select the language. Okay, no, not doing that. Do you think if I use GD script and I try to implement, like, networking later, it'll be harder than using, like, am I gonna have to have like Visual Studio set up with Godot in order to do the networking stuff? GD script, language GD script, okay. Okay, first time. Start by declaring the member variables you need. This object will need. Do I put it in ready? It doesn't say where in here to put it. I guess I'll just put it at the top. So the extends area 2D is already in there. I'm not using the mono seed. Okay, so you're able to get networking to work just entirely using GD script if you use like the built-in networking stuff. That's good. That's crazy. You don't have to do any C# coding for networking or JavaScript or anything. Like, what the hell? How is that even possible? If you've used like other engines, like Godot seems like insane. Like, it seems like, how come the other ones can't do that? That's what you keep asking yourself. Like, why doesn't Unity just have a built-in C# editor so you don't have to use, you know, so you don't have to use Visual Studio Code? Just that alone makes you need like 12 more RAM. It's wild that Godot just runs on a potato too. That's what I love about it. I can edit my projects in a freaking browser. It's like, what the hell? Okay, so export var speed 400, var screen size, size of the game window. Okay, so that is already like a variable that's set somewhere else. Yeah. So you can like prototype stuff in like a browser and save it on a cloud, and you know. Have you used much of the does Godot have like a, do people who do Godot projects just use GitHub or something, or Bitbucket? Or is there like a specific Godot solution that people use for backing up their projects? No, yeah, I know there's a web editor. It's good for education. Oh, Git? I'll probably use Git when I have an actual, like right now I'm just in education mode. Like I'm just building this and getting used to using the documentation and trying to learn how to use it. I'll probably redo this stuff later, but I just have to learn, you know? I mean, I have an intention of the game I want to make, but part of the process of making your game is learning how to make it, which I think a lot of people don't get, so that's the part I'm on right now. Okay, so screen size. Okay, using export the keyword of the first variable. Speed allows us to set a value in the inspector. This can be handy for values that you want to be able to adjust, like the node's built-in properties. Click the player node and you'll see the property now appears in the script variables section. Click the player node. Oh, it's already here. Speed, there it is. My God, dude, that's so nuts. It's like there. Oh, where's screen size? Oh, I didn't have an export on it. Okay, script variables section in your inspector. Remember, if you can change the value here, it'll override the value written in the script. Okay. If using C#, don't need that. The ready function is called when a node enters the scene tree. Okay. Which is a good time to find the size of the game window. Okay, so they want me to put the screen size equals get viewport rec size. Okay, that's easy. This is similar to RPG Maker. At least it seems like it to me. What does pass do? Let me look it up. GD script pass. Difference between pass and return. Does nothing but prevents error from empty function. Oh, okay. Pass allows an empty function. So I can just delete it. Now. I'm going to do that. Just so I know I'm doing it right. Oh, okay. Okay, now we can use the process function to define what the player will do. Process is called every frame, so we'll use it to update the elements of our game, which we expect will change often. For the player, we need to do the following. Check the input, move the given direction, play the appropriate animation. Okay, first we need to check the input. Is the player pressing a key? For this game, we have 4 direction inputs to check. Input actions are defined in the project settings under input map. So project settings, input map. Okay, so we need to assign, okay, add move right action. Move underscore right. I love the input module. Yeah, dude. Project settings, open the project, click the input map at the top, move right in the top bar, add the button. We need to assign a key to this action, click the plus. I'm gonna do left stick down. We can add another one. We can do joypad buttons down as well. D-pad down. And let's add keyboard keys down. Bro, this seems so easy. Mouse wheel down, no. Keyboard down. Okay. So I'm just putting on all of them because I want to try it when I get it working. Oh, but I did down. Huh. Let's just change this. Okay. Okay. Listening for input field should automatically be selected. Press the right key on your keyboard menu. Oh, you can just push it. Let me try that. That's wild. I think I'm using Godot 4. Like, you can just push it on the controller. Let me look at the version. Help. Let me close this. Help. About Godot. 4.0.1. Is that an old one already? Project settings, input map. Select the OK button to the right. Oh, so it wants me to make all of them. I'm on the latest one. I figured I was. So it wants me to make a down, left, right, up. Okay, so I'll just do that. So we'll do move right. Can I just copy this and then change it? No. Okay. Okay, move left. And move up. It's crazy you can just push it on the controller. Like, that seems like insane, doesn't it? It's like, what? What is happening? How? Okay, so I have it set up on the D-pad. Click close. We only map one key on each input action, but you will map multiple keys, joystick buttons, mouse buttons. Yeah, okay. You can detect whether a key is pressed by using the input is action pressed. So function process delta. Oh, I can just copy this. No need to learn anything. What's the point in that? Error at 14. Use space character annotation instead of a tab before the file. Oh, I see what's going on. The copy is not using a tab. That makes sense. It's using a space. It's a lie. So there is a very clear difference between tabs and spaces, right? I should have just typed this. So copying code, you got to be careful, right? A lot of times on the web, it'll translate it as a space. I could have almost typed it out this quick versus doing this. I could see why an old schooler would do this and they'd be like, give me some JavaScript. I can tab it however I want. Back in my day. You know what I mean? I can put spaces or tabs, I don't give a flying fig. That's what they would say. They would sound like that too. Okay. We start by setting the velocity to 0, 0. Not if you learn Python. Yeah, I've actually, I have a student that uses Python and he's making a game with it. And it's like, it's similar. It's all like sensitive to case and stuff. It's cool. He does a lot of really neat stuff on it, so I just don't know how to use it. Using Pygame, I don't even know. I'll ask him. I can look at his code and understand the logic of it, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't use Python, like you can look at Python and understand it if you do in other programming languages. It's not really that way with like JavaScript or C# or C++. Like if you know one of them and you look at like a bunch of the other, I mean, you're still at an advantage to somebody obviously who doesn't code at all, but I feel like a JavaScript guy, a C# guy, a C++ guy could all go and look at Python and be like, I see what they're doing. I see what's understanding. I can understand what's happening. Where the opposite is not the case at all. Okay, so velocity 0, 0. By default, the player should not be moving. Then we check each input to add, subtract velocity. Okay. Horizontal, vertical movement. We can prevent that if we normalize velocity, which means set the length to 0. If you've never used a vector math before, you need a good refresher. I've used vector math before. What do you think? I'm some kind of amateur? You can see an explanation of vector usage in Godot and vector math. We also check whether player is moving so we can call play or stop on the animation 2D sprite. Okay. In GD script, $, returns the node at the relative path of the current node. Okay. Since animated sprite 2D is a child of the current node, we can use animated sprite. Oh, okay. So since this is here, okay. Now that we have a movement direction, we can update the player's position. We can also use clamp to prevent it from leaving the screen. Clamping value means restricting the given range. Add the following bottom. Yeah, sure, we'll do a clamp. We'll add a clamp on there. That's fine. I used clamp when I was doing those that's interesting. Oh, they all have to be one tab, yeah. See, I'm learning. There we go. Yeah, we'll just clamp to the screen for now, that's fine. The delta parameter in the process, click play scene. Oh, I'm in the wrong scene. Where's my guy? It's on the other scene. I don't understand. Is there a way to set like the default scene? Oh, maybe that's in the project settings. Whew. Just drawing what happened? Oh, it's just that it's loading my node 2D scene and I wanted to load the player scene. Like I wanted to load this animation scene. And it's loading this. Put player as child of the node deed scene. Okay. So I just go like this. Maybe grab it from here. You got that far in the tutorial? It said to try and play it to see if I can move it around. Script inherits from native type area 2 cannot be assigned to an object of type node 2D. Scripts inherits from native type area 2D, so it can't be assigned to an object of type node 2D. How do I close this? How do I close the code window? How do I get back to the 2D? Oh. Area 2D can't be assigned to an object type node 2D. Do I have a script on my Node 2D? No. Is there a way to just like get rid of my Node 2D and bring it back later? Make sure it extends the same node type. What does that mean? You have a script on it? Where's my guy? Where is he? On the node 2D next to the plus. Oh. I just had to hit the paperclip. I think it's a chain, like a link. I don't think it's a paperclip, but yeah, same thing. Look, I'm in the space room. I just have to add the animations. Dude, writing analog control on this would be so easy because you would just do like... Oh my gosh. You're right, I'm not in Godot. I'm right sometimes. This is awesome. Look, I'm walking around. And it should be clamped, right, to the edge? Look at that. It's clamped. Clamped. Easy. Bro, this is easy. Okay, on to the next part. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. I found out that Godot is not really popular often in Twitch. Like if you look up Unity dev, there's usually like 5 or 6 people. I show you. Haraja. I didn't even notice I had a new first time chatter. Welcome. Don't forget to follow and stuff. Okay. Cool. I will it's really not the first time chatter. Is he a bot? The reason why I don't think he's a bot is because his name is Shoyu, which is a common what is the word? In food condiment here in Hawaii. So it's not streamed much, yeah. I'm gonna be a new Godot advocate. I'm going to stand up tall. There's a market for it. Like those Godot videos get lots of views. There are like 3 popular Godoters. And she's not including herself, right? And is she talking about Godooter streamers or Godooter YouTubers? Twitchers. Who are they? I want to follow them. Do you know who they are? For sure there'll be more. Godot 4 is insane. I want to make... I've always wanted... Like... it's good that I use Unity like a good amount, because now that I'm using Godot, I'm just like, wow, this is so much more, makes more sense. But I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. See you in a second.
Okay, I'm back. Kind of just decided to take a shower while I was in the bathroom. Last minute change of plans, you know? Okay, so next thing we gotta do is add the animations. Okay. Back into here. Do you know if there's like a oh shoot. This one is okay. That's weird. Maybe because this one just isn't set up yet. Unexpected if in the case in the class body. Okay, so I have to put it outside of the pass. The process function. So that means do I have to create a new function? the hell? That's what I want. Okay. I was trying to fix my smooth scrolling. And apparently the reason why scrolling wasn't smooth, because it was bothering the crap out of me, was because performance. This one's weird. Like if you look at this window, right? Like in here, the scrolling is inside of a container, and I don't have good like responsiveness, but this window does. This window has great responsiveness. It's kind of weird. Still much better though. My if is outside the function. Let me go to where it's so went awry when I added this part. If in the class body. It's because it's not indented, huh? That's the issue. That's why it doesn't know. I just figured it out. Wait, what? Maybe this one has some. Okay. That's what was going on. The Boolean assignments in the code above are common shorthand for programmers. Since we're doing a comparison test, Boolean also assigns a Boolean value. Consider the code versus a one-line Boolean argument. Flip H true. Okay, yeah, I get it. Walk versus not walk. Oh, this one wants you to flip the horizontal. Well, I can do that for now. I can figure out how to not do that later. I wasn't really designing it for that. Play the scene again. Said to play it. What's going on here? I don't understand. Where'd he go? Let's back up and just maybe try and pull that out of there, what I added, and see what happens. He's over there now. Is he still there? No, now he's not even there at all. So I think my animation is probably not set up correctly. So what we're going to do is we're going to change it to up will be stand front, and walk will be move front, I think is what I call it. What did I call it? Walk front. Your vol's a little low. Yeah. I'm just not talking into the mic. Oh. Okay, so it's flipping him around. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the flip H okay, so if velocity x is not 0, so I have to actually recode this. I'm gonna get a little wild here. If velocity x is more than 0, then animation walk right. I'm not going to do flip horizontal. Do I need that flip V false? No, I don't. So I'm just going to do another one like this. If velocity is greater than 0, walk left. Okay, and then I can do an else if velocity is greater than 0, walk down. This right? We'll see.
does he just move down automatically? Oh, it's my controller. Controller is broken. Huh. Oh, wait. $40. Walk up doesn't exist. Let's look at the sprite frames. Walk back is what I wrote. Okay, that's what it was. Debugger. So it's not changing into the other ones, but it's not breaking. Debugger is saying walk down doesn't exist. Walk front is what I did. I remember now. Bad conventions on my part. Okay, now the debugger's not doing anything, but... Okay. Is that right? Walk back, front, left, right. Back, front. Do I have to do... Oh. These are all wrong. Wait, no. They're not. They're not wrong. That's the names I gave to the input. You have to play the animation. Okay. Velocity equals velocity times normalize. Velocity normalized times speed. If velocity is not 0, you see how to stop it? No, I don't. See, copy that and change the work stop to play. If I copy that, you're saying line 23? Oh. It's weird because it's doing the vertical one. Like it's doing the face front. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Velocity length is greater than 0. Animate 2D sprite animation. Be missing the problem? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Let me pull the clamps off, see if that does anything. So it does face forward when I change it. So these are not working. Perhaps these are overriding it. Hold on real quick. Check. Okay, so this makes it go left, right, but it's not actually playing the animation. Oh no, it is playing it, it's just slow. Okay. So it was playing it. It's just slow. Okay. Speed it up a bit. Let me turn up the animation speed a bit more. So now when I add these two, it messes up the Y. Oh, it's supposed to be greater than 0, not greater than or equal to. There we go. That was what it was. Bro, this is sweet. Pixel movement, boy. So that's all it was. It was... It actually stays on the animation. Which is interesting. I'll figure that out later. So, I can put these clamps back on. Those weren't breaking anything.
So he defaults to... Let's change this speed. We can increase the animation speed a bit too. Maybe like 10, 11. Let's just do 11 because it's easy to type. I missed one of them. Yeah, this one. This alien man. So, in addition to this, I have to wrap it in a Boolean and put the else on the movement. Something like that. So now that I've got it all working, I'm just gonna do just do else if, right? I can just do that. Hey, Biz, how you doing? Let's see if this works. Oh, I can't move. Can't move. What's the debugger say? 40. Oh. Can you just do else? I'm just guessing. Is there like just an else? Let me look it up. GD script else. Yeah, you just write else. Oh, you have to do a semicolon. Cool. So look, I'm playing with my controller. Oh, okay, so this doesn't work. Oh, because it's only applying to that one if. So this will kind of work in a hacky way if I do make all of these elifs, which I'll just do that for now. Look at my alien, Biz. Playing with my controller. Pretty neat, huh? Did the battle royale not work? I don't really want to fix it. I'd rather just type it for you when it happens. Yeah, I don't know how to zoom in. If I go to the 2D scene. Oh look, I made the scene bigger, but I didn't make the alien bigger. Hey Sekraz. I've never seen you before. Welcome. My alien. First time here, what's going on? Hi man, I used to do a lot of RPG Maker. I got a commercial game. Now I'm messing around with Godot. And aliens. Just kind of learning the engine. This is a tile set that I created and released on itch. This alien has never been used in one of my projects, so I wanted to use them. Godot, yeah. I'm going Godot for sure. The code is so easy. Like, I feel like compared to starting any engine, like the programming stuff is so simple. This is fun, just controlling this alien. How hard would it be to do analog movement, I wonder? I'm gonna try it. Well, do I start messing with that? Yeah, I'll mess with it, because that's what I eventually want to go to anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna look it up. Because I want to do that before I mess around with the collisions. Because I want it in there when I'm doing the collisions. It was annoying for you for analog? Really? Let me look at the project input stuff. So we have access +1. Analog is super easy. Is there anything in the official documentation that talks about it? Let me look actually. I can look that up. Input event joypad button. Just add more inputs into the action. Yeah. No, I mean, I can add the inputs. That's not an issue, but whether or not they'll actually function as analog movement is more the issue. Like, of course, I want it to be where, like, if you push it softly, you move slowly. To change the code, yeah. I'm kind of looking into it. You have it in your game, you said, Code Moro? Input get vector. Yeah, there's usually a vector for movement. Action is pressed. I'm reading some stuff. Where's my glasses? I gotta get my glasses because my screen is far away. Be right back. Bro, my glasses? They were on my shirt. Input get action strength. Get action strength. Get vector is better. That's it. Let's debate it. Get vector string name negative string positive. It's an input vector by specifying 4 actions for the positive and negative x and y axis. By default, dead zone is automatically calculated. Average. What is the line of code? And where do I look it up? Is a better question. Oh, it's not function, it's func. Input vector. There's a YouTube video about it. My next game, I'm probably gonna put it on mobile, so I want to do a analog on-screen joystick as well as being able to use a gamepad joystick. It's kind of the goal, so I'm trying to knock out some of this functionality early on. Velocity equals max vel times input get vector. Oh, okay. So I could just... I see. Okay. You have to match the action names of the ones you configured in your... Okay. Project properties. Oh yeah, that's fine. So I could just... Let's just do this for now. Can comment that out. 14. What's going on with this? Get this out of here. $17. Why did all my code get effed up? Oh, because I didn't finish this. Okay. Okay, so function process delta. I'm gonna have to redeclare it. Bar velocity. I'll comment this out for now. Thank you if this works. If it doesn't work, thanks for trying. Max vel not declared in the current scope. I just called it speed. Whatever. It should be your maximum velocity. Yeah. We need to comment out the old code. Really? These ones? Yeah, actually I could see how I'd need to comment that out. Is there a way to do a mass comment in GDScript? Like comment out multiple stuff? Triple quotation marks. Okay.
How does the project input still work here? Hold on. Oh, it works. So, oh wow, it works. Holy guacamole, Batman. So I just have to add the other, I just have to add the other directions. So for move right, I'm gonna add left, move up. And then I don't have the animation set, but I can fix that. How did he find your itch so quickly? Code is smart. He's a genius. How did he not find? You should always expect Code to do the unexpected. Bro, analog, freaking sweet. This is so simple. You don't need like a radian or anything. Oh, I'm getting so pumped on this, bro. Link your Twitch page. Oh, you stream? Yeah, link your Twitch page. I'll follow. I watch Twitch streams while I work on the work that pays the bills. Helps me stay sane. I stream very sporadically. Barely counts. Are you gonna link the goddamn Twitch page or not? Are you gonna give me your number or not? Okay, let's check this out. Am I gonna get some? Sekraz. Oh, he probably went here. This is how he found your itch page. Securvis. It won't let me follow. Bugged. Oh, it's working. It's follow. Oh, I think I was following already, maybe. Holy, so much stuff, dude. So many games on here. I'm always looking for Godot users to follow too, ever since yesterday, since I became a Godot user. I'll check some of these out later. I don't want to get too distracted. I'm getting some good stuff going. So let me add my animations now. I've been Godot for years. Yeah, I'm new to the party here. I can just do speed. Var max val equals speed. It's less redundant. Right? That way I can control it. And I can't really handle this all caps. I don't know if you did that for emphasis, so I would see it. Okay, so it's all caps for constants. It's my habit. Is that a convention among certain circles? So you can determine which ones are const and which ones are regular variables, non-const. Is there even consts in GDScript? Does that even exist? There are a bunch of GDScript guidelines. Is that part of the GDScript best practices though? I haven't even really looked at those. I should probably. There is a const in GDScript. But is capitalizing the names of const a GDScript best practice, or is that just something you're bringing in from like a different programming language or something? And where are you bringing that in from? Where is that like a best practice? Because I'm not familiar with that case. I'm genuinely curious. It's best practice to capitalize. Is that pretty much across all development? Because I've never seen it. In JavaScript, nobody does that I see. Is it like a C+ thing? C++ thing? Which is something I'm not super familiar with. That's why I'm asking. I mean, maybe people do it in JavaScript. I don't remember seeing it. Maybe I've just been doing my own code for too long. Okay, so now I have to trigger these animations. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to make the animations play on speed and input or something. Listen to code fundamentals. When I do, I don't listen to code fundamentalist. Aights! Code Nazis. Stable tutorial scripting. Style guide. Where's the all caps? That's what I want to see. Where's the all caps? Oh! There it is, everybody. Godot recommends doing all caps for constants. That also made me realize there's a couple other areas. So we're gonna do that, because that's what the Godot gods say, okay? This freaking horrendous all caps. Also, this is a const. I didn't even know that that was a thing in GDScript. Wait, what? Velocity. Did I spell it wrong? Maybe I did. Where is it? CONST. Error at 12. Assigned value for max velocity isn't a constant expression. Oh. Well, I actually don't want it to be a const, right? I just want it to be speed. So the way I had it was right. No need const. Not with the way I'm doing it now. Okay, well that's fine then. Keep it a var. I'm such a Godot baby. Gosh, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Sekraz, don't forget to follow me. I'm probably going to be the one who streams Godot more than any other. I think I just opened my video editor with a rogue click. Thank you for the follow. Totally unprompted. You shouldn't have. Totally unexpected and unprompted. What is this? I got a video open that I'm editing. Dang, I'm almost at 800 followers. Practically Asmongold. So velocity times input get vector.
Asmon Silver. Oh my gosh. This is the year I'm going to hit 1,000 followers and really make something of my Twitch life. It's coming any second now. Biz, you've been watching my YouTube? I got 507 followers now. Or subs. I'm going to catch up to you, man. You better make some videos. You have 700. You have been growing, but I've been slowly creeping up on you. Yours has been growing too. I looked at it. Cause you're like on my what is it called? I don't know, that dashboard. That's like third party dashboard thing. You're on like you're on the list of my competitors. I'm probably gonna start making Godot videos. Maybe occasional RPG Maker ones, but I'm just at the point after taking like a pretty long break. It's like nobody really, like, people like my game, but they don't like it enough for it to be worth it for me to keep working on it. So I wanted to try and start something else, you know? Okay, so now I need to look and have a way to play the animation based on what direction. Oh, the keyboard still works, or control still works. Cool. It's like compatible with it. That's cool. It's great. So how am I gonna play these animations? That's what I gotta figure out. Input get vector. I have to check this out and learn about what the get vector actually does. Because I don't know. String name negative x. So it'd be get negative x, positive x, negative y, positive y. So to code this, I'd have to do get vector. Let me just copy this all, and I can redo it. I'll just copy the top of it. That way I can test the first part. So if this is wrong, if input, so it'll be like if get vector negative x, something like that. Get underscore vector negative. Is this a Boolean? It is, right? Maybe there's more info on it. Negative. So they're all 0 to 1. If get vector negative x is greater than 0.1. Something like this, right? Input dot get vector negative x greater than 1, velocity x. Oh, conditional should have that. Is it like supposed to be if string name get vector? Something like this. Is it capital case? Velocity. Let's try this. And float in operator. In a way, what did you miss? I'm trying to run the animation now. I'm just trying to get any animation to run based on the velocity. It's like a vector 2. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a vector2.getVector. Something like this.
Get vector and base vector 2. I don't know how to do this. I'm just trying to find another way to run the animation. Let me just delete this. What happens if I add this back in? Does it break it? No, actually this will work because this goes based on the... Just have to... This will work. Maybe not. Decouple direction and velocity first. Yeah, something like that. I'm okay with it, just... Wait, hold on. Does this work if I use the control pad? No. Oh wait, no, this wouldn't. This is all movement stuff. So yeah, this, I gotta get rid of it. This is the... So velocity X. This should still work. It's greater than 0. This should all still work. Velocity X is less than 0. I don't see why this all wouldn't still work. Animate 2D. So the up works. I think maybe it has to do something with it's not. Only the up one works. It switches. So... Oh, actually that makes sense. I have to use else ifs. elif. Just for now, this isn't like the best way to do it. Okay, so this isn't actually playing the animation, it's just playing the first frame of the animation. But that's still better than nothing. The way this is set up, if you move diagonally, it'll face left and right. Which is fine, for now. I don't know why it's not playing it. Probably because this is running on every frame and it's not like a state. I need this to go animated sprite 2D play on somewhere. I think I can just take it out of there. Working. Okay, here we go. I didn't run the play function. So the down and up is kind of weird with the analog. It works fine with the control stick though. So what was wrong there is I wasn't running the animated sprite 2D play here. I didn't basically, I don't know the terminology to say, but I didn't turn on the animation. Okay. So everything looks pretty good. It is a little funky with the elif, the else if. I could just do ifs here if I wanted to. Nah. I like elif because then that combines them all. But what this does is it prioritizes right and left. So I'd have to write like a separate equation if I wanted to. You actually never used an animated sprite? Wow, that's amazing. You wrote so many games. You must be super retro. I would have to look at so if I really wanted to get this right, I would compare x and y, and I would say if y is greater than x, then oh, this animated sprite is what you're saying. I get it now. Is there a reason why you guys moved away from it? I'm so new to Godot, I'm just kind of going through the tutorials and doing stuff. Animation player is better but has a learning curve. Yeah, that's fine. I'll learn it later. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see which is greater. So what we're going to do is if velocity is greater than, I don't know, 10. So first I'm checking for a certain velocity. That'll make it so, okay, so if velocity is greater than 10, then the next thing I'm going to look at is if and this can get complicated. There's got to be a simpler logic. Basically, I want to check at which, trying to make it so I check which direction is better. Which direction is pushing harder. So if it's x is greater than, so basically I'd have to check it if velocity x is greater than 0, and if velocity, what would be the logic? Because I don't want to make it default to the diagonals. If basically, first thing I need to check is if it's moving, which I did, and then I want to check to see if the velocity x is greater than the velocity y.
Is there a way to compare like negative and positive numbers the same? So like, what is the OR in GDScript? Or? You're joking, right? You're joking. Like that's a joke? What? What? It's not like some random characters? I don't know, bro. That's like more simple than Python. Next thing you're gonna tell me is that the and is and. The and is AND. You better not say that that's how you do and in GDScript. That'll drive me nuts. It's not and, is it? Tell me it's not and. That's hilarious. It is and. That seems like a joke. And it's and. This is crazy. What's the point of even learning how to code? You just write a sentence. Who wrote this? That's hilarious. Okay, so not is not. You can't. I'm learning too much. It's blowing up my brain. I have to unlearn. Unlearn stuff. Is Pretzel Rock still playing music? Put my headphones on. Oh yeah, cool. Sounds good. Some classic rock. Won't even get a start on is. Okay, so if velocity is greater than 10, let's just do that for now. Let's just start with that. See if that works. Doesn't work. Anything in the debugger? Why would it break? An int in operand. I meant to say speed, not velocity. Okay, well it's so like minor. I'm trying to make it so I can move. Maybe I'll put something on Discord and be like, make this simpler. I'll like post some code and be like, simplify this. I'm just gonna put 100 to make sure this is working. It's not working. It's not working. Speed is greater than 100.
No, speed is the setting, so that's a constant. It would be velocity. Is it because it's in a different... I can't check this number? Why can't I check this number, guys? Why is it being mean to me? Velocity is more than... Try to change it to 300, see if it does anything. I can't check velocity. Oh, I guess I gotta check velocity X and velocity Y. That actually makes sense. So if velocity x is greater than 100 or no, I don't need an or. Well, I can just compare velocity x because this doesn't have a negative property. So I can just say if velocity x is greater than 100 and velocity x is greater than velocity y. That'll work. So if velocity x is both greater than 40 and velocity x is greater than velocity y, then do this. Okay, and then we're going to push the return here. Do the same thing for y. If velocity y is greater than 40 and velocity y, so I'll just leave this, let's put x first. Velocity x is less than velocity y. Hey Armix, how you doing? I was in your stream, right, earlier? You're the one that was having trouble pronouncing Maui? Was that you? Can't remember. I've been on Twitch doing the rounds quite a bit. Wait, no, this isn't gonna work. The French guy. Oh yes, I remember you, the French guy. The guy I was talking about I saw earlier today. The French guy, you were doing the game with the cat. That's a side scroller and top down. I played it. It's cool. I'm pretty new to Godot, so I'm kind of figuring it out. It's interesting with the lines with everything being like I know that this is not the right way to do it, but I'm gonna do it because I'm a bad boy. I'm a bad dude.
Hey, Code Rad, what's up, man? Look at me, dude. I'm doing code. The left and right is not working. But the down and up is. Oh, and the gauge for the minimum amount press works. See, look, I can move without. Dude, today's script is like kind of infuriatingly simple. Like, look at this. This kind of blew my mind, Code Rad. You say things like and or. It's kind of silly. Like, it's like, why even learn to code? You know? Like, why bother? Okay, so it's not playing the left and right animations. If velocity x is less than 40, then negative 40, and velocity x is less than velocity y, that's all right. Velocity x is less than 0. If it's greater than 0. You know what? This could be simplified quite a bit. You have y in your left, right. I think that's intentional. See, I'm checking, what I'm doing there is I'm checking to see which velocity is greater. So for this one, if x is more than 40, velocity x is more than 40, and velocity x is more than velocity y, no, because I'm comparing the velocity x to velocity y. Because basically, I wanted to prioritize, this is for the animation, right? So if it's pushing if you're pushing further right than you are down or up, I want it to use the right animation. And if you're pushing further up than you are right or left, I want it to use the up animation. See what I'm saying? This is not the best way to do it. I'm trying to figure it out in my brain. The way I'm doing it now is I'm checking to see if you're over 40 for your speed. The speed is the velocity is 0 to 100. I would use dot product. I don't know what dot product is. Now, should I look it up? Yeah, I'll look it up. Oh, coordinates. Yes, this is actually the way to do it. Okay. Vector math.
Short and practical introduction to linear algebra. Okay. In a 2D space, coordinates are defined using horizontal x and y. In particular, pairs values such as x, y. Okay. So how do you denote that in Godot? Vector 2, x, y. So, just to get a rough idea of what you would do with vector xy, would you look at the previous place, the previous position, and then compare the two? Is that how you would do it? Like you'd look at where you were before and then you'd compare the direction of the new one? Because that's what I'm kind of seeing with these. That would actually make sense if you were like trying to advance it to multiplayer too, because it's not based on input, which probably wouldn't be server, whatever you call. Server authenticated. A scalar. I've done this before. Both magnitude and direction. A times P. So we convert it to a dot, which would make it -1 to 0. And then you would just do a conditional to look at that, right? And then make it choose which way to face it based off of that. Something like that. So you use character body 2D, not animated sprite, right? It's kind of hurting my brain a bit, I'm gonna be honest. I've done this before. Dot products is one of the most important concepts in vector math, but often misunderstood. Dot product is an operand of two vectors. So I'd be like, if a dot is greater than a dot equals 0, how do you normalize in Godot? I can't find it. Oh, it's just normalize. Okay, so I can just, that's one way to simplify this a little bit. What we're gonna do. So we'll do bar equals velocity x dot x dot normalized. Right? Something like that. Can do another one for y. Velocity y equals velocity y normalized. So then here I can just check for velocity y, and then I can just compare the two. So if normal velocity x is greater than normal velocity y, so if x is greater, then we do the x's. Then same thing here. Is less. If normal velocity y is more, Non-existent function. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. What is the... absolute value? Godot absolute value. Just looking up the syntax. ABS. Is this it? We'll see. Oh, so I do abs and then like this. Thanks, Armex. I just don't know all the syntax yet for GD script. I'm just learning it now. Is this right? We'll see. Okay, I think it's right, but my code is still wrong. Okay, so let's actually change this. So it's less confusing. So the absolute value, if f is greater than x, and then if x is less than, and then if it's 0, it just goes race forward. Me too, and back to work. Sometimes I try Godot function. Yeah, I bet that happens a lot. The down up works, but the side to side doesn't work. Oh, because this is an elif. That's why. There we go. This works great. Now it compares the x to y and chooses the best one. It's probably the simplest way to do it with an absolute value. The thing is though, if I were to add in multiplayer, this wouldn't really work because you would want to actually compare positioning, not like you would want to look at their previous position versus their current position. But for the player, it's fine. So maybe like on the player, I'll make it do this. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. I do that too. Use absolute value for direction. Oh, you mix stuff up. Yeah. I probably will too. I haven't, I'm a web developer, but a lot of my job, I haven't been doing too much coding anymore. It kind of sucks. I wish I did more code. Okay, so I think I'm ready to mess around with collisions. The other thing I would probably implement eventually is I would make different stepping speeds. And also maybe like a different animation based on how much you're running. So I'm sure that there's control over, you can override the animation's frame rate in the code. Maybe I should just do that now. Godot, animated sprite 2D frame rate. Maybe it's search for FPS. There's got to be a way to control FPS in here somewhere. Okay, there is a set frame.
Speed scale? There's like a speed scale function or something. I can't figure it out though. What is the Godot for top? GD script, top number, highest number. Max. Oh, there's no floor? Seal. How do you get the highest number in a group of numbers? Max, right? So it'd be like speed scale equals max. I'm actually gonna have to move this down to here now. Max, I'm gonna have to compare abs, velocity x, abs, velocity y, not underscore y. Okay, so it'll compare these two and it'll spit out whichever one's higher, right? You have to divide it by something because that's like way too fast. Max, I don't know, divide by 100. Is that how you say divide in Godot? I don't even know. Oh yeah, it works. Look at that. Slow walk, fast walk. Slow walk, fast walk. Bro, I'm freaking smart, dude. It's doing everything I want it to. Slow walk, fast walk. Okay,
I think I got everything I want. It's a little bit too fast though. So let's just divide it by 200 maybe. Is that gonna make it faster? Yeah, this is good. Maybe I should add a little bit on it, like plus. Oh, that's way too much. That's good. Look at my alien, bro. He's chilling. This is so cool. And it's actually pretty, like the way I did it is actually pretty efficient. So I create this abs velocity x and y, and then I compare the two, and whichever is larger, I divide that by 200 plus 0.1, and this will give me like this sets the frame rate for the animation, which is great. And then I'm also still using that absolute velocity x, and I compare it to y. And then this way it's like it compares whether y or x is greater. It's a little funky because if they're the same, which is like impossible, but it could hypothetically happen, it's just super unlikely, then neither of these will fire and you'll just get him standing, and you can, if you move at a perfect diagonal, wait, actually, let's test that, because on a control pad you can totally do that. So, oh, you see that? Look at that. No movement. Yes, it's very possible with D-pad. As you can see. Okay, so I gotta figure something out for that. I'll just make it, if it is perfect diagonal, I'll make it just go left and right. That's funny. I'm so smart. So for these ones, I'll just do if velocity is greater than or equal to. And that little equal sign will fix everything. It'll make all my problems go away. There we go. See? Perfect diagonal is possible with D-pad. It's like not even possible. It's like it's like 4 out of 8 choices. It's a 50%. It's 50% of the possible outcome. That's. Look at my slow steps. Look at my slow steps. My fast steps. My slow steps. Oh, look, there's a bad frame in there. Whose asset pack is this? Trash asset pack. Oh. Okay, well this is good. Now I just need to add some collisions, and then I'm gonna start screwing around with lighting. And then I'm gonna already start messing around with doing saves and stuff. This is like fun walking around with this guy, I gotta tell you. Like, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying walking around with this dude. It's fun for me. Didn't put it on my keyboard yet. Bro, I love this. I feel like I'm like learning this engine so fast. It's kind of weird to say, but the way I did this on RPG Maker, where I did the analog movement, it was like a million times more complicated, but it worked. And learning how to do it in the complicated way made this a lot easier. I love analog movement. I love the way it feels. I love that you can walk slow and fast. Okay, so pretty satisfied with the movement, the way it feels. I think the next thing to do logically is add collisions to my tiles. Before that, I think I'm going to take a quick break and get some air because I have accomplished a lot. This wouldn't be a lot, I think, under normal circumstances, but being that I'm so new to Godot, it's very exciting. Eventually, I'll have all these memorized, like ABS. I don't even remember what it is in JavaScript at the off the top of my head. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Maybe I'll put an away screen up, like a real streamer would. Not that one. Oh. I see. It's like my trailer. I forgot I made that. Does that play command still work? Oh, it does. Cool. Does Battle Royale work? I don't think it's working.
All right, I'm back. Okay, anybody still with me? Y'all still with me? Let me change the control. Oh no, that's not it. There we go. Cool. Back in business. Okay, so next. You still there, Code Rat? You saw my sweet game that I'm making? So now you can move around, and it actually has analog movement, so you can push it harder and it goes for faster. And you can also, it also changes the speed of the animation based on how hard you're pushing it. Look at that. Pretty neat, huh? Pretty cool. All directions, all angles. That's how I want it to work. With my really bad alien pixel art. Oh, look, he's still moving without me. That's kind of a bug, but that's pretty easy to fix. I don't actually check if he's going like a minimum speed. I could probably check for a max of velocity and then run it. Should I do that? Should I add it? Yeah, I could. I could do... Oh, because this is +1. Oh, yes, that's the issue. It's making the stand front one go automatically. No! You're supposed to switch to stand front if... I'm gonna have to do... tap this. And do... if... There we go. That turns it off. Let's make some face front. I can switch it so that it creates a variable called last direction to later. I don't care about that. That's easy. I'm just more proving that I can do the thing. Once I know I can do the thing, I'm not concerned much about the rest of it. Godot tile collisions. Where's the collisions? Show me the collisions. How do I do collisions? Might have to watch a video. I'm not seeing it on the documentation.
Hello everybody, Chris here, and in this video I want to show you how you
loud.
can add tile map collisions inside of Godot 4. Like you can see here, I can't walk into the water. So when you're creating objects that you individually add to your game, you can just use static bodies and collision shapes. But of course that's going to be a bit different than doing it for a tile map. So when you have a tile map object inside of your scene, you need to attach a tile set to that tile map so that you can actually start drawing onto the screen. So under tile set, you should see a section in this blue box called physics layers. If you don't see that,
Physics layers, that's it. Physics layers. Physics layers. I don't see you. If you don't see that, what?
then just click on the tile set after you've created one normally, and then it should be able to
Physics layers. There you are. Let's keep watching the video. I don't understand.
expand like this. So under physics layers, you're able to add an element. So that will create a physics layer, which is a set of collision layer choices and a set of collision masks that you...
So the goal is to get some basic mechanics so you have a project to show off the asset. No. I'm just using the assets because they're mine. And I wanted to use them. And by using them, I actually inherently kind of improved them. Like I fixed a lot of things that were wrong with them. I may make a video
that shows off the assets, and I show how to do the tile maps, like show you how to get to where I am now, because Godot 4 is actually quite a bit different, and it's actually, there's like a really fresh, a lot of people want Godot 4 specific content out there, so I might start making videos about how to do some of the basic stuff in Godot 4 and just kind of see how it goes. My YouTube still pays dividends. Like I haven't made a video for like 4 months or something. And yeah, people are searching for it. And you know, I've still been gaining followers, and I feel like it's appropriate to do the Godot stuff on the same channel, because I've never really said my channel is like an RPG maker channel, right? So furthermore, a lot of RPG maker people are interested in Godot, which, you know, they both have like visible code, and you make similar types of games with both. So I probably will make some videos, and also the video will serve multiple purposes. It'll, you know, promote my channel in general, promote my other projects, and also promote the assets. But yeah, I actually cleaned up my assets quite a bit because I was using them, and I realized, like, I've never really used them myself. These assets, I used them in a Unity project, and I gave it to somebody else to use. And when you use them yourself, you just find all kinds of stuff wrong with them. You know, it's probably like when you order assets from your artist, you know, you see stuff that they might not see because you're actually implementing it. And by implementing it, I fixed them up a lot. So it's been good to do that. But I'm not really, I'm not, to answer the question more directly again, I'm not really concerned about promoting those tiles. I don't really care about it that much.
Inside of your game. So by default, a character like a player with a character body 2D in Godot 4 is going to be able to collide on layer mask 1 and look to layer mask 1 to check.
Yeah, I don't think there was a single time I didn't need to modify something I commissioned. Yeah. Most of the things I changed were like more just like quality of life stuff. And it's worth saying in Godot, I don't know if this is just me, but I haven't figured out how to like spin, like reflect and spin tiles in the editor. It probably, there is a way to do it, but whatever it is, it's not like easily Googleable. So you need all of the tiles to have like a left and a right version, you know? Where in Unity, it's very easy. It's like you just push like X or some crap like that, and you'll spin your tile. But Godot doesn't, I mean, there are ways to turn individual tiles, but it's not quite as simple as Unity. And I don't know if maybe they don't want it to be, or if it's just a limitation of my knowledge. It's probably some of both.
For collisions, where it would stop the player's movement. So that's the default layer for collisions. So if you want your player to be stopped by a collision, then the layer mask here needs to match the collision layer on your tile set's physics layer. Now you can create multiple layers, and you can assign each layer to each individual tile that you have on your tile set. So with this selected, down here at the bottom of the screen, there should be a tab for tile set. If you click on that, we can go ahead and expand this. And what you're able to do for each tile in your tile map is to go to the selection mode here.
Okay, I think that's about all I need to know. So tile set, I can open this up a bit. Tiles 1, physical materials. What did he do?
For each tile in your tile map is to go to the selection mode here.
Selection mode. Selection mode. Selection mode. Selection mode. Selection mode. And then what? You should just keep watching, huh?
So now, if you go down to physics layer 0.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Physics layer 0. Oh, okay. So then I can just click on each one. And I say no. Can't go through that. This one. Okay, so this one. You can rotate it in here. Okay, I gotta keep watching.
Then you can set which part of the selected tile is going to match physics layer 0, as in which part of the tile should have the collision layer and collision masks set up with your physics layer 0, which is going to be the first one in this list here. So to add it to a tile, you would just use selection mode and then left click on a tile while you have this physics layer 0 selected. Then if you want to add a perfect square collider to this tile, you can click on the 3 dots here and do reset to default tile shape. So that's actually going to add the 4 corners here to make physics layer 0 appear everywhere in this square. Now that's probably not what you want for this particular tile. So any tile that you want to remove one from, you can simply select the physics layer, then click down here and clear to remove it. So if I click over here to this water tile, you'll see that it already has the physics layer 0 added. And that's why when the player was able to walk over here, that it would stop it from moving. Now, another case where we would probably want the player to stop would be down here at the edge of this tile. So the black area should be walkable, but the area over here is more like the cliffs, so that should be prevented from being walkable. So I'm going to go down here to where I have those tiles. I'm going to left click on them, and then let's actually set up some tile shapes. So I'll click on this add button to start drawing the corners. I'll click one over here, one down here, and one here, and then connect it back to the first one. Bring it just a little bit down here so that it kind of matches our border there. And you probably do want the snapping turned on to get a better shape. So let's click on this one over here to the left. You can see...
Okay, let me try to do this myself. So for this one, the whole tile. Okay. Then for this, we want to do the shape. Then snap. What the hell? Oh, this is for new pieces. Move them. Okay. How come it doesn't show on this one? I should turn the music back on. Yeah,
CodeRad Games also, it might seem like I kind of know what I'm doing, but I really don't know anything about Godot. So it's like, part of the reason I'm doing this is also just to like learn how to use the platform. Like, it's actually in many ways similar to Unity, but it's also definitely not the same engine, you know? A little bit before, yeah. Let's try this already. Okay, it's not working. I must not have it set up correctly. Oh, for the player, I don't have the collision set up, so I gotta do that. I kind of, once I'm finished with this, I don't know what you mean by this. I will say that I don't intend to do any more RPG Maker for a while. Does that help answer your question? Like, for me, Familia Act 1 is kind of like a finished project. I'll probably update it here and there if I get like requests, specific requests to do so. But there's been like no, like what I thought would happen, Familia 2 and Godot, nah, I don't think I would do that. No, I would want it to stay an RPG Maker. However, there's like a couple games I've wanted to make for a while that I've been kind of thinking about. One is like a multiplayer, like retro ARPG, and then the other one is like a kind of a Super NES style tactics game. So I just kind of really want to work on something new. With where Familia is now, how far it is into production, and how playable it is, and how good it is, like I haven't really seen a ton of interest in it, so I'm trying something else, you know? Like, I mean, I have seen interest in it, don't get me wrong, but just, like, not enough to where I could, like, where it, like, is, like, a sign from God that I should keep working on it. You know what I mean? I'm ready to maybe try something else and see if it'll resonate with people in a different way. You know the feeling. Yeah. You'll know it even better, too, as time passes. You're gonna get to know that feeling even more. Where's the texture? Where is the... Is that what I left for the 2D area? What's going on with this? So many ideas, so little time. Yeah, no, and I mean, Familia is like a contained story. It's a complete game. It's got a cliffhanger, sorta. Not really even that hard of a cliffhanger. So I mean, like it's a complete idea. It's done. When it sets whether this collision shape should only detect collisions on one side and the top of the bottom. Disabled has no effect on the world. One-way collision margin. Priority 1. I don't understand why it doesn't detect the collisions. Everything looks like it's set up correctly. They're both on 1. UI is killing ya? Is it UI for your job or for your game? For the game, UI is often underestimated on how long it takes. There's not a lot of flexibility in the difference between good and bad UI. It's like one of those things that users can see, and there's not like a lot of creative wiggle room. Oh, did my stream go off? I didn't even know. Oh yeah, my bitrate's kind of tanking. Oh shoot, the collision layer is 2. That's what's going on. Figured it out. Oh, not Diggs BTW7 the bot again. Add that guy to... Somebody get rid of that guy. He always says, hey, what's up, G? You did that like 5 times in my chat. Here, I'll get him. Freaking Diggs. Should report him. Blocked. Dude, my bot must not be working. I just noticed it's only advertising stream avatars. Yeah, it's not working. Says I'm still on Twitch and YouTube. It's trying to do stuff. It said it did something on the 22. It's just doing stream avatars. Turn that off. My alert command's not working, so that means my stream bot is not working. Okay, now it's working for some reason. I'm gonna disable the stream avatars one. I don't like it. I have one already on my stream bots. There we go, turn that off. Every 15 minutes or so, it's supposed to post a link. It's not working though. I don't know what broke. Maybe Twitch doesn't like it. Here it is. So this is on. Try to turn it down just to see. It's not working now. The frick, dude? It's saying them, but I'm not seeing them on the screen. Oh, it's working. That's weird. Okay, I better stop it now. Why did it just randomly start working? It's going crazy. Okay, that should slow it down. Hopefully it does it pretty fast. It doesn't like take forever. This is visibility. Where's the frickin' physics? Oh, here. There you are. Still no physics. Give me physics. Here, collision is set to 1 and 2. No 2D. Tile map, physics layers, collision is set to 1 and 2. Physics. Why don't you want to collide? Why don't you want to collide with the wall that I made?
the shape from physics layer 0 on the right tile, so we just want to match that over here. So I'm going to click add, and I'm going to add the 4 corners. I can adjust them later as long as I get them connected. So now I can left click on the corner which is a little bit off and pull that in, and this one down, making sure that they align as a rectangle shape. So let's do the third one over here. I'm going to click on add. So I'm going to left click, manually add that corner, this corner over here, right here, and then back to the center. Adjust the exact positions on them until they match what we would expect. So we can see how the collider carries perfectly from one tile to the next. That's what we're going to want. And now any tile map that's using this tile set and those particular tiles is going to block our character here. So let's go ahead and hit play and test that, make sure it's actually working like that. I'm going to walk down here and the player should stop right here now. And as you can see, I can't walk all the way down to the bottom of that pattern. My character gets stuck here. And from there it would just be a matter of slightly adjusting either the physics shape or the collider on my player to get it to stop at the right moment in time. And we can see I can still walk all the way over here to the edge on this.
What is the difference between masks and collision layers? What is a mask, really? That's really what I want to know. Okay, so I want to exist on both, and I want to collide with both. Okay. How come I can go through these collisions? I don't understand. Why can't I go through them? The index is 0. Let me check the player. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Might have to watch like a tutorial where they do the whole thing. See if I can catch it.
Of your game. So by default, a character like a player with a character body 2D in Godot 4 is going to be able to collide on layer mask 1 and look to layer mask 1 to check for collisions where it would stop the player's movement. So that's the default layer for collisions. So if you want your player to be stopped by a collision, then the layer mask here needs to match the collision layer on your tile set's physics layer. Now you can create multiple layers and you can assign each layer to each individual tile that you have on your tile set. So with this selected, down here at the bottom of the screen, there should be a tab for tile set. If you click on that, we can go ahead and hit play, create your tile set as normal, and then come down here to physics layer for that tile set. Add a physics layer. Make sure that the collision layer matches the collision mask of the player or other object you want to be stopped by the collision. Then go over to the tile set tab, click on the tile you want to add a physics layer for, come down here to where it says physics layer and add one in. You can do reset to tile default shape if you just want it to match all 4 corners perfectly for the tile, or you can clear that. In this video, I want to show you how you can add tile map collisions inside of Godot 4. Like you can see here, I can't walk into the water. So when you're creating objects that you individually add...
I just realized something. So, the player collision... So when we bring it in, there's no... Maybe in the node there's like different settings? It's weird because why isn't the little thing staying on there? Like, why doesn't the collision box stay on the little player? Doesn't it show the circle around him? Maybe you have to code something for collisions to work? Like, it might be that my movement code is overriding it or something? Area 2D.
Hi guys, how are you doing? I hope that you are doing fine. In this video tutorial, we will learn about the collision detection in Godot by using the area 2D, and I will start from my previously created project. So let's get started. First, we need to create an area 2D enemy. So let's create an enemy. Okay, enemy tscn, and to enemy. Okay, to work it needs collision shape. So let's add a collision shape 2D, and define its extents and shape. Okay, add a sprite node. Okay, and drag this default icon sprite to texture, and that's enough. Now go to your project settings, and search for, okay, physics, 2D physics. Okay, name here player. Okay, it's a kinematic body 2D. Add an area 2D, and add also add a collision shape. Define its shape and extents. I will define it 50 by 50.
Oh, you didn't know how to do commission for art? I don't know when you wrote
I
that.
define
Sorry.
the shape a little bit bigger than sprite, because I want to detect a player whenever player enters this area, enemy enters this area. Okay, so also add the collision. What it wants to detect, enemy. Okay, we just want to detect enemy. Whenever an enemy enters in this area, we want to report. Okay, so I add the mask for enemy. Okay, now let's add our enemy in the world scene. Okay, here we have our enemy. It should not be the child of the collision shape. Okay,
I think I need
we
to
can
add a
put it
rigid
here.
body 2D.
This place is fine. Okay, now go to
very common question I see in the forums or on Discord, and that is, how do you detect which tile you hit when you collide with a tile map? Alright, so I've got a pretty common setup here where we have a tile map and a kinematic character that can move and jump. And we want to detect what tile we're colliding with when we jump around or run into walls. And so we can see here that the player is in tile number 9, 4. That's this tile right here. But I want to detect what tile it collided with, which is going to be this one, 9, 5.
Hey guys, and welcome to another tutorial. In the last episode we had a werebear that could do the messiah move of walking on water because we didn't have any collision shapes on our tile map yet. So in this episode we'll be adding those tile map collisions to make sure that the player can only go where we want the player to go. Let's get started. Right, let's dive right into it. Select one of the tile maps that contains the tile set that you want to add collisions to. Then go into the tile set editor by selecting the tile set and then select the specific set that you want to add collisions to. Now we're first going to start with free drawing a polygon. We're going to take this box as an example. This is an atlas tile with different regions, and you can select the different regions of this atlas tile.
Yeah, Fallout 2.
Now we're going to start with this box. As you can see, the snap is currently turned off.
Like,
so that's
because there was a period where, like in the early 2000s, late 90s, where all of the 2D games were like the art was rendered in 3D. So they would have like 3D rendered assets. I have some of that kind of stuff in my game, very low key, but like Donkey Kong Country is an example. But that was a very popular way to create assets for a while, and now it's kind of like would be ridiculous, because if you can generate it in 3D, why wouldn't you just make the game 3D? You know, no one would really generate 2D images with the 3D models anymore, although that's how they always used to do it back in the day.
What allows us to free draw rectangular collision shapes and polygon collision shapes. We're going to go with the collision polygon because, well, this is isometric art and rectangles are rarely useful to us. You can simply
Resident Evil
put
2 background, for example.
different connection points into the tile. You can free draw them, and you complete the shape by clicking the first bolt.
Killer Instinct, games like Killer Instinct.
You can drag these around a little bit to perfect your shape, and there you have it. Every tile, every of this specific type that you now add to the world will have that coalition shape. There's one important thing: these atlas tiles, or this entire atlas tile shade, this region,
I think they look good now.
has a texture offset of minus 32.
Time, yeah.
That means that this texture will be drawn 32 pixels upwards. What that means is that the coalition shape will stay in coalition shape options. Let's continue. Right.
I don't know how to get my...
It's
really... I think my tiles are set up properly. I don't think that's the issue. I think my character
wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to part 8 for our Godot Action RPG series. In this video, we're going to be doing some more auto tiling. We're going to be setting up an auto tile for some cliffs, and these cliffs will have a collision attached to them. So these will be tile-based collisions.
Okay,
so let's create a new tile map.
We'll
like click on our world.
To when they make their character
world.
Because I think the player is
tile map. For this tile map up here, we'll
Player's
call
the
this,
issue.
let's see, we'll call this
This game looks cool.
yet to pre-order physical copy.
Okay. Delta plus smooth movement. Maybe this one?
Morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever and whenever.
Okay, he already has the collision set up here, so that's not it.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to the Godot Action.
He has them set up there. Here we go. Collisions.
Good
movement,
morning,
slide.
afternoon, or evening, wherever and whenever you are. My name is Benjamin, and welcome to our Godot Action RPG series. This will be our part 3, and in this video, we're going to be talking about collisions and addressing a few of the comments that you guys gave me in the previous video. So let's come into our player here. One of the things that you guys brought up, and this was a silly mistake on my part, to be honest, we actually have delta inside of our clamped function right here, which means we're clamping.
Extends, connect body, 2D. I'm doing...
We're multiplying our max speed by delta right here. So if delta changes, then this is going to change. We're basically clamping it too soon, right? Delta needs to be on the outside of this, right?
That's
and so we put this
dumb.
right on the outside right here. And this is one step better, but this has still got some problems. And it's because we're applying delta to our velocity,
you
right?
even do that?
But then we're actually manipulating our velocity again later. And so that's a problem right there because it's not going to be, this velocity is not going to be quite accurate because we've applied delta beforehand. So the easiest thing to do here is just apply delta at the very end to our velocity. And then, of course, we
Why
need to
is he
apply
even
delta to our
telling us how to
acceleration
do
and our
this?
friction, but we can apply it at the very end. And one of you also said,
Show me how
well,
to do the
oh, that's another thing I should mention here. I've
kinematic
updated my
body.
version. I'm now running Godot 3.2.1 stable, just so you know.
Move and collide. Wait, I missed something. When did he do that move and collide velocity?
For a max speed. I think maybe I'll try 80 and see. You want your character to be able to move around on a screen pretty quick. And 80 feels pretty good. So we'll use these values, but that solves the problem that we had before. The last thing that you guys commented that was really helpful is that there's an argument to be made for not using delta. There's an argument to be made that if your game does slow down, you want to just have the game to slow down and to show that frame drop and have the character move slower and not be tied to the time, to seconds, to time in the real world. And the argument there is that it can be more fair to the player. If there's lagging or something, then they're going to be able to react better to that lag and deal with it properly. So there's two sides of the argument there. I'm going to continue using delta throughout this because I feel like for this game, it will be fine. Collider to this kinematic body. And you can see we've actually got this warning over here saying that it needs some sort of a collider attached to it. Or when you're working on your game. So now let's get right into collisions because that's what we're going to be doing in this is setting up some collisions. And we might actually discuss
Felicia.
some, we'll see. Yeah, let's just do collisions for now. So our player character right here is set up as a kinematic body and we've attached a sprite to this, but this kinematic body doesn't have any sort of collisions yet. So we're going to attach a collider to this kinematic body. And you can see we've actually got this warning over here saying that it needs some sort of a collider attached to it or else it can't actually interact with other things. So we're going to start by clicking on our player and clicking the little plus button and we'll search for a collision shape 2D. We'll just pick this right here. For the collision shape for our player, I have decided to use a capsule shape. And oops, actually, did I use a capsule shape? I hid my other collider. Yeah, I did, okay. And this will just make it so that our character can more easily move around corners and stuff. If we run into the corner of a wall, we'll be able to slide around that a little bit. It'll be more forgiving when the player is moving around in our world. So if we come over here, if you have your collision shape selected, and you come over here into the properties, we can select new capsule shape, and we'll want to shrink this down. And let's actually come into our snap options up here and turn on use pixel snap. It's probably off because I didn't have it quite set up right. And we will, oops, excellent, grab the player here. If you want to select, for example, the collision shape here and move it without grabbing the player, what you can do is you can hold the Alt key, you can select it first and then hold the Alt key, and that will allow you to move it by itself. We'll set it about here, and we're actually going to rotate it as well. We'll set its rotation to -90. So So I just came into the transform and set the rotation, and that moves it to be more like this.
Why would
Hold
you
Alt
do
again,
it
move
like
it down
that?
just a bit. Shrink this
Why
down a
wouldn't
little
you
bit more.
just
You can set it
resize
how you
it
want. We don't want the
properly?
collision to come up here because later, when we deal
Why
with
would you have
depth
that
and making sure that
random
this can walk
90
behind and in front of
rotation
things,
in there?
we'll want our collision for movement to be very different from what our collision for taking a hit looks like. Once we get our hitboxes and hurtboxes set up, we'll be setting up a different collider that encompasses more of the player character here for that. So let's save this like this. That looks good enough. And let's add in a new node here so that we can test these collisions. So we'll come up to world, we'll add a new node, and we'll do a static body 2D. And like I think I mentioned this in the very first video, but a static body 2D is used for creating some sort of a wall or static object in your world that can be collided with but won't be moved. It's going to be static. Once we've created that static body 2D, you can see it's up here just in the corner, we can attach a collision shape to it as well. And this time we'll do a collision polygon 2D. And when you have a collision polygon 2D attached like this, if you select it, you'll notice up here that we get some new options right there. And we're actually going to turn on snap.
This is a good idea to figure it out. So in the node 2D, change this to room or something. I can add an additional not rigid body, but what did he just add? Collision 2D? Yeah, I can just add a collision. Create. Then I can just put it in there and see if I can collide with that. We'll do a new rectangle. Move it. The hell is this? Oh, I just realized something. Oh, I think I know what the problem was. I think I know what the problem was. Hey, where's that rectangle? It's over here somewhere. You can walk through it, no problem. The frick, dude. Why does this... I think it's something in my code where I just move it and it's overriding it. It's gotta be something like that. Like it's... Like I have to do an exception or something. No, none of this is like positioning based. This actually might override it. Because it's manipulating the position. That might be it. Position. What if I pull this out? See what happens. It just doesn't move. These clamps work still though, right? Yeah, I can't walk past the edge. These aren't based on my position though, from what I can see. Maybe they are. I don't know, I can't tell. Why can't I walk on this? I gotta figure this out, man. This is like super basic. I can't for the life of me figure this out. This is very frustrating. I've been kind of messing around for a long time, and it's starting to get to me. It's starting to make me mad. How come this area 2 doesn't want to collide with anything? It just won't collide with stuff.
Hello, boys and girls. I am the guide knight. So where we will put
What am I missing, man?
it? We don't see it. Just Control D to duplicate and then make wall green. Basically, we click the W key or move here and select the move node. Blue. And then let's select and drag the wall blue to the texture. You see that we have thing here. As you see that it's a little bit blurry, so let's re-import again. I click on the import tab, remove the filter, and make sure the preset is to the pixel. Then click re-import. I think that there was a way to actually make this. So give me a second to check this out. Okay, it's actually very easy. You click on the preset and then set as default for texture. That's it, guys. Then save. We're going to save our wall. Let's say just call it wall or walls. I don't know. Let's call it walls into the tileset folder. Click and save. What we're lacking right now is let me just go back to the work. Don't do that. I'm just gonna click around and drag a wall here and drag another one here, and then press F5. I can simply move through them. So I need to actually define also collision shapes. So I'm going to delete those by pressing Q and then selecting and deleting with the delete key. So here we're going to define this as a static body 2D. This is not moving, the wall is not moving, so a static body is something which is passing. As you see that we are missing the shape, so if you remember from the first session, basically we need to define.
Fuck, man. What the hell is going on? This is getting so stupid. There's nothing there. I can't collide with anything. I'm getting mad.
So to create our player, we're going to start by making a 2D scene, and we're going to name our 2D node our world, because this is our world, and we'll just save this scene with Control S. So as you can see, there's a bunch of different changes here in Godot 4. I mean, obviously the very first things you see are over here. This is like bolded. It looks more like legit, you could say, right? But to make the world, this is a very big change, which I'm about to go over. So, you know, for the traditional player, we use a kinematic body. If you look up kinematic body, there is nothing because it no longer exists. So for the player, we now need to use a character body 2D. It's basically the same as a kinematic body, or I think it actually is the same as a kinematic body. It's just called a character body 2D. And we have a sprite 2D, which does the same thing as it has always done in all Godots in the past. And also have a collision shape 2D, which we're going to also need for a player. And as you can see with the collision shape, I noticed this change. In the old Godot, whenever you pull this, it used to expand this side and this side, but now it only expands the side that you're dragging, which is pretty cool. I mean, pretty sure there was a way to do this in the old Godot, but it is cool that this is like the default movement for the box, which I like it more than the old Godot. So that's pretty cool. But for our character, we can name him our player, because this is going to be our player. And we're going to create a player script. And the first thing you notice when you create a player script, you see all this code, right? Under the character body 2D, you see all this code. This was never in the last one. It just had like a little ready function, I think, and then that's it. But now they have like an entire movement system, right? So they import gravity through the get settings. I think that's a new function. It may not be a new function. I think it is though. And then physics process is, you know, we've all seen this before. You know, just a basic
YSICS. Oh, I see.
Scene, select your area 2D, go to
basic jump and just basic movement. And this is a platformer, it looks like, because yeah, there is no up and down. So that's pretty cool. But we're going to delete all that because we don't need it for the player that we're going to create today, because we're going to be creating smooth movement. And to do the smooth movement, obviously you're going to need some type of acceleration. So we're going to need a max speed, and we'll set our max speed at like 400 and set that at, and then well, so we'll set that to depend on the size. After we finish, you go through here and change it and make sure it's going to be our input, which is all the same. You have to do at export. So you actually have to put the at, point that out that you want. I mean, our get go and everything. It's going to be one, and int press left. It's a negative, and we'll return it. And we going and then with down. Oh, so the function actually going to basically it's going to whatever this return value is. So input is going to be equal to whatever this return value is, whatever this returns. So boom, now we have our input. And also in our player movement, let's make this a delta. We're going to need delta, or we're going to pass delta through from our physics process function, which we're going to make here in a minute. But now we can make an if function.
Welcome back, everyone. In this lesson, we are going to be setting up our enemy scene. Now, the enemy scene is basically going to be
so basically if input is equal to
in the sense that it's going to be an object in our world, and they are going to be moving from one position to another. And if they get hit by the player, then that's game over. So to begin, what we are going to do is create a brand new node here.
Velocity,
okay, and this is going to be type area 2D. Now, an area 2D is basically a node which can detect collisions, or
which means it's greater than 600.
When another
Less than
collider has passed through itself, and then we can fly.
Make sure
now, with our enemy here, we can move this
so we
over
know
here,
this
just so
is
it's
our
out of the way
direction
of
that
our
we're going to move.
And
right?
what we are then going to do
But
is
if
attach
input
a
if
collision
input
shape.
equals vector 2.0 is not true, which means we have some input, then we're going to go down to else, and we're going to say velocity plus equals input dot acceleration, so we know this is our direction that we're going to move. This is the speed that we're going to accelerate, and then once we get to our max speed, we're going to basically clamp at our max speed and stop there. And then move and slide is going to allow us to slide. So hopefully that makes sense. We'll go to our world and we can instance our player scene. And if we go to our world, we play. You can see him up here in the top right corner, and we can move our player around. As you can see, it's silky, silky, silky smooth. We slide to a stop, slide to a stop. We speed up quickly, slide to a stop, and yeah. But thank you guys all so much for watching. I hope this video helped you out. Remember to subscribe to help push these videos to more.
To detect collisions, we need a collision shape. So we're going to go add child node, collision shape 2D. This is going to be a circle shape. Okay, and we can then change the size of that. So I'm just going to make it a bit smaller than the sprite so our player can pass by just. And there we go. That's all we need for our enemy node. Now, we need to create a script. So I'm going to go over to the inspector. I'm going to create a brand new script called enemy.gd. Make sure it inherits area 2D here. Click create. First of all, let's go ahead and add in some variables. So our first variable is going to be our move speed, and this is basically going to be how fast this enemy is going to be moving. It's going to be of type float, and it is going to be equal to, let's just say, 30 by default. Okay, so 30 pixels per second. We then want to have another variable for our move direction, and this is going to be type vector2. Now, our move direction is going to basically be in what direction and how far do we want this enemy to move before returning to its original position from one another. Is going to be of type our move direction. Now, the reason why we are multiplying and since process can fluctuate position to be move direction and then back down to its start position to where we have the node window here next to inspector, select groups, and we want to add our player to a new group. Now, a group is basically like tagging the object, and this just allows us to quickly identify, what sort of node this is. So I'm going to add player right here, click add, and now our player node has the player group. So what we can do with this is if we go back into our script, select our enemy script, we need a way of detecting when a collision has happened, when the enemy has entered another body. Now, to do that, we can select our enemy node here. We can then go over to the node window once more, but select signals. And in signals here, we have a bunch of them. And a signal is basically a function call for when a certain event happens. And we want to go over to where we have the body. Now, body is basically the object that we have interacted with. And what we want to do is check to see if this body is the player. So how do we do that? Well, we can check its group. So here I'm going to go if body.is in group of player. Then what we want to do is just go body.game over. Okay? Just like that. So on body entered, it gets called when another object has entered our collision shape. And that is the object of body here, and we are basically checking to see if that body is in the group player, and if so, then we are calling its game over function. So if we save this, press play, we should see that if we run into the enemy here, wait for it to come down, there we go. We can even jump into the enemy, and it is just going to restart the level just as it does if we fall off the edge of the map. So now what you can do is go ahead and just start adding in all of these enemies throughout the level. You can have some going up and down, left and right at different speeds. Yeah, you can do pretty much whatever you want with that. But before you do that, make sure to drag your enemy down into the file system to save it as a scene, okay? Because now it is a scene, we can copy and paste this around, and any changes we make to the original scene here, those changes will be applied to every instance of the enemy. In the next lesson, we are going to be working on setting up our spikes, which are going to be another trap that the player has to avoid. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you all then.
Think of every component you build as your own Godot node. Ask yourself this: what is the minimum set of reusable functionality that you can put in node form that is
Hello everybody. I hope you have a great day, or maybe great workplace, which is on the right side of the screen, but unfortunately he needs to pass through the zombie. Of course, he can just jump. Projects, we need to focus on init scene, where we have the player and enemy scenes, and of course some kind of environment. Physics process function is calculated per each frame and it's used for managing the physics. So here you have code for movement, and if you don't know what is going on here, I can do another video about it. Know what is going on here, I can do another video about it. The major thing about the collision between player and enemy are layers. In the project settings we can manage 2D physics layers. Using them you can decide which object will see what object. For example, the player can see environment and enemy because there is a collision mask turned on. Collision layer is the layer that is a currency node. That's why he can stand on the ground using built-in function move and slide. The environment, in another way, doesn't need to see anything. But the environment and enemy because there is a collision mask turned on. Collision layer is the layer that is a currency node. That's why he can stand on the ground using built-in function move and slide. The environment, in another way, doesn't need to see anything, but have a collision layer environment turned on, because the player and enemy need to see it and detect it. In this stage of we have Henry who can see the enemy and touch him, but nothing is really happening. So let's add die function for it. I just noticed that I didn't add the animation for die, so I will create it using only rotation and position instead of drawing it. keyboard input for test. It's easy to go because Godot have a nice input control on the menu. And everything should work. Again. We need to add something like stop and moving state for the player, because we have the situation where Xalt function didn't work because we moved character during the animation and different animation was started, so the first die animation was not ended, and that's why the Xalt didn't work.
So the new Godot 4 alpha version just dropped, and with it we can play with the new tile map we all awaited. And you guys pitch this tile map's tileset resource, but what it will automatically be split tile by tile arrangements at once. We can also we can use the tileset similarly. Does not work so well, but we have another option. We can select one or more tiles and adjust the properties that way. This gives us a bunch of additional options. We can now set the custom data for all these tiles. In this view, we can also define materials for specific tiles under rendering. This is quite amazing actually, because we can apply fancy shaders to tiles now. We can also define scenes as tiles. Just press the plus in the tileset and select a scene